What is this Poland news? What is this? What did I miss? It's very clear, but I missed drones. Oh, Russian drones. Okay, there we go. That's what I. So Poland is going to NATO after 19 Russian drones entered its airspace. I don't know, man. I would not mess with Poland. They are not the ones to mess with. Stuff like chill. TFC is being true. It's so hard when they just like give random headlines and it's like, okay.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US
Sure.
wholesale inventories month-over-month July final. Forecast 0.2% on the prior 0.2%, and the US wholesale sales month-over-month forecast 0.2% from the prior 0.3%.
What's up, Bayo? You doing? Oh, I'm Sig, but Tom will be around in a little bit. Appreciate you stopping by though. Mm. So we're seeing a bit of absorption into 940 on NQ. They continue to watch this 930, 940 to see if it's continue to get absorbed for the full fill, or if we're gonna actually be able to build here.
1
900
minute
being our
remaining. I'll lead with
low.
US wholesale inventories month over month revised.
Should have a decision second when uh, out.
Russian's foreign ministry says it is ready to join possible consultations between the Russian Defense Ministry and Poland. He did also note that the facts presented by Russian Defense Ministry debunk the myths spread by Poland.
The myth.
10 seconds. One spot 4%, one spot 4%. That's higher than forecast 0.2%, with the inventories at 0.1% and 0.1%, lower than forecast 0.2%.
No bias. I think if you're long from 900, you can stay long. But if we can't get over this 30 to 40, that will probably head down. So it's just a little hard right now to give a bias. My bias overall is that sellers are in control from open, but that we gapped up, right? So it's like a little indecisive. I think that we'll probably head to 60, and then that'll give us a definitive idea of which direction we're gonna. I think you're in a balance between 60 and 900, 960 and 900 right now, with sell side trying to push below. Sorry, trying to move the offer down at 4. So they're a bit off sides right now. So we should be able to go into 60 here and tag to see if this is going to hold or not. But yeah, no real bias. It is very clearly that there was a bid overnight at 900 that we still care about, and it's very clear that 60 is where our line in the sand is for short term. I think it's a great first target if you are long, and then I think this is just balance for right now. And look at your footprint for an understanding of directionality, right? So we opened on new 15s, held POC on both ES and on NQ. So short term, right, we should be heading up. But where we're heading up towards is just our seller from open, right? So until I see us push above our seller from open, I can't have like any sort of like bull bias. Um, we should just expect a rotation back up to that guy, right? Because we can consider him our value high for our sellers so far. But we'll see. I'm not in the I'm not one to hold too much of a bullish bias until we flip our opening range. So yeah, this is 60 here. Let's see what we do. Yeah, 5-10 points. And key levels are pretty easy today. We've got the CTH high here at 65, and then we have ADR at 580. It's our 2 levels above. And then ES has just been rotating in its 30-second opening range, so it's pretty simple. Either we hold above or hold below our 30-second opening range. If we're above, we should expect price to head up towards that 565. If we start to head below, we should go down to this ETH low, right? Simple. I would like to see a bit of a better retest before I care about taking a trade so far today. Looking for like a bid back into this like 50 to 60. Very clear buyer there, willing to defend, and then we can continue up. Personally. Um, so like, if you are not understanding what I'm looking for, just waiting to see like what happens on a retest, something like this, ideally. We want to see like this edge defended pretty clearly here. If we can, then we should be able to keep going up. And then we'd be looking for probably something like this.
The majority of the Senate Banking Committee votes to advance Fed nominee Moran. Voting continues, though. So again, majority of Senate Banking Committee votes to advance Fed nominee Stephen Moran. The voting continues. So Fed nominee Myron advanced by the Senate Banking Committee with votes of 13 to 11.
This is where we start to care. See what they do. This bid has got to be like pretty clear here, because if not, then we're just going to be trapping into 75, and then any flip under this like 50 to 60 has the potential to rotate us down, starting a more drastic sell. So we need to see like a pretty clear bid here as we pop down into this low. Okay, there's an attempt, right? We can see that wicking. Someone tried to take in size pretty quick. But if we can't get back over like 60, 65, that's an issue. So let's see what they do. Needs to be taken in like pretty quickly and pop back up. Or again, like offer will start to take advantage of this.
German Chancellor Merz on the Russia-Poland situation says that NATO is and remains ready to defend itself.
What are we doing, man? Can we just not do World War III? Like, is that an option? Hmm. This guy at 60 is really trying. Wonder who's gonna win here. I'm taking off a little risk here for 15 points into this like 65. But I'd like to be able to hold runners now. Just need to see break of highs, or like this is meaningless. And we need to get over this 80. Just follow our pathing like we have drawn. It is incredibly important that we show interest over those highs, because if not, right, like this is just going to be a lower high and it doesn't matter. And then this will like start to be a channeling down. Right, like this. So I need to see us like show any interest above, and then a secondary bid start to step in. And then like the most important thing is getting over this 24K. Our 30-second opening range high for this to matter. Well, the last thing I want us to do is get trapped in this rotation here over and over again, right? So I'm fine playing on this edge, on this little look below. That to me made sense. But now it's a matter of like, can we actually do something with this push? We know that there's someone absorbing above, so we won't want to be risking off into this guy, right? This is a known participant, the seller that's sitting here. So as we push in, we want to be taking off a little risk because we don't want to be in that potential continuation down like we were just talking about. That would look something like this. But if we can get this higher low here, hold, and then look above, and then go for that continuation, amazing, right? Like that leads to further upside and then continue. But we always want to be risking off into a known seller and then leaving a runner just in case. We can always add to a position. Not a big deal. All right, new 15s. Yes, looking a little healthier. Opening at POC of previous candle. NQ opening below. A little unfortunate. Russell sideways. Again, I think that ES is just going to ETH high here. Like there's nothing really else information wise I can gather. But on the break of our highs of our opening range, look above. This looks like uptrend. Held POC of previous candle. That looks fine. Nothing really to talk about there. Just watching to see how we interact as we push into like 564, 565. I don't know. I mean, Russell's flat, so it's really dependent on what happens on NQ. But yeah. Just took off another 2 into the 70 on NQ, and then I'd like to leave runners for 24K. I don't see anything worth doing anything around on this candle so far. Like it just looks like rotation to me. Still in my position, no change.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories, the forecast is a draw of 1.4 million on the prior build of 2.415 million. The range sees a draw of 0.5 million to a draw of 4.153 million expected. Keep in mind last night's API crude oil stock change showed a build of 1.25 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million on the prior draw of 3.795 million.
Yeah.
Distillate inventories, the prior was a build forecast is a build of 0.024 million
I
on the
took
prior
off
build of
a little
1.681
more
million,
here.
and crude Cushing inventories saw a prior build of 1.59 million.
Like there's very clearly someone selling into 70.75, but the buyer down at like 45.50 hasn't changed. We'll see if we can get a higher low here. The higher low would be ideal. Yeah. Again, like I just want to leave runners for the rotation up. That'll give us like another 20-25 points if we can get over this, but if not, like this seller is actually showing size here. Want to be getting off into that. But when we don't like show any like serious deltas on like a candle like that and it's just an inside bar, I usually just maintain my position until we actually see something at the low. I think what you guys adding there makes complete sense. Like it was a very passive candle in its nature. A quick sweep. I mean, that would be nice. The problem is like we're just stuck at our 30-second opening range, right? Like we know that there's someone taking in size here, so it's kind of doubtful that it happens. But yeah, I mean, any look over 75 should lead to a pop. But not only just like a look over 75, it's like any sort of like demand above, right? Like if any secondary step up, we should just rotate up to 24K. Because like if this guy who's absorbing here at 70 to 75 steps out of the way, I don't expect us to find anything until 24. Like why would we? Like either he's going to hold us here and then we're going to push below 55 and then go down, or we'll just rotate up to 24K. That's the thought process. Yeah, I mean it's not great. I mean there's very clearly someone taking in. All right, this is where like things actually start to matter. So the bid is really trying here. if they fail and push us below 65s, I think this is over. So this is where we need to start to sustain. Should be able to make our way up. But again, like if we push below 65, I think I'm done with this area. Need to see a bit of excitement here from secondary buyers.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, you see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 1.4 million on the prior build of 2.415 million. The range sees a draw of 0.5 million to a draw of 4.153 million. API crude stock change last night showed a build of 1.25 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is a build of 0.5 million on the prior draw of 3.795 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.024 million on the prior build of 1.681 million, and crude Cushing inventories saw a prior build of 1.59 million.
You're just looking for the buyer to be here at this like 65 to 75. Look at your POC value low here. Handle. Right, like this is where we're watching to see if it can. It's really like 62 to 70, if I'm being honest. But I think like 65 should be where that bid is really resting. As long as that's holding, should be able to push to 20k. If this fails, then I'm out. So I'm a bit concerned, like if we can't find a buyer here now willing to hold, that this flips offer, then we head down off of it, off the POC shift. Like there's just still someone very clearly willing to take in. The issue is like there hasn't been a
1 minute remaining. I'll be leading
secondary
with the
seller
EIA
step in
crude oil
below.
inventories.
Right, like this is what we see on footprint. Is like there's someone like willing to take in, but we're not seeing like these buyers are being absorbed, and then our seller steps in secondary, like our right afterwards after taking in size, and they've done this a bunch of times, but there's no aggression at our lows below 50 as of yet. So like there's no Like you have to either
10
like
seconds.
short into that, or you have to wait for them to step in below this for me to really care. Because this just looks like we're taking in size here, and then we're just slow grinding up into this
A build of
absorption into
3
this
spot
size.
939 million, a build of 3 spot 939 million, higher than the expected
So it's a
draw
bit
of 1 spot
rough.
4 million. Gasoline inventories, a build of 1 spot 459 million, a build of 1 spot 459 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 4 spot 715 million, build 4 spot 715 million, higher than the expected build of 0 spot 024 million, and crude Cushing inventories, a
Yeah, I'm
draw of
trying
0
again.
spot 365 million. Noting some weakness in WTI crude prices off the back of the larger than expected storage build in WTI crude inventories. China's state plan ahead says we're to implement a more proactive fiscal policy and a moderately loose monetary policy to fully unleash the effects. So the China State Planner says we should stimulate market vitality and boost consumption and coordinate efforts to promote a reasonable recovery in the price levels. US crude oil and product stockpiles rise by the most since 2023. We have posted the weekly EIA inventories report on the feed for those interested.
So choppy. This is what I was afraid of. The longer we fail here, the more likely it is we rotate down to 40. Maybe we're just gonna curl over. Maybe a bit more general. This is what I'm looking at.
So the Office of the Inspector General is initiating a review of BLS challenges, saying the focus will be on PPI, CPI, and the collection of employment revisions.
We're still seeing the same thing, which is there's someone very clearly willing to buy here into this like 55, but the seller is just willing to take in anything that's above into that 80. So I don't really have a huge bias here. I just think that if we continue to fail and show zero interest over 80, that what's going to end up happening is that we're going to get a curl where this offer is going to slowly lower, and then we're going to have to rotate back down to just like 30 to 40 before we can go higher. That's kind of my opinion right now, is that if we don't continue to see a very clear bid here and then pop us, that we're going to see our seller start to take advantage of this movement, and then we're going to have to revert back down to where this bid was last. Yeah, I mean, it's just we're stuck in our 30-second opening range. It's what I didn't want to see. Like they have to be very present here, or again we are rotating down to like 35-40 just from the curl over. Seller is just so much more apparent above than below.
House Democratic
Sorry,
leader
than the buyer
Jeffries
below.
opposes the clean stopgap spending bill, currently speaking to reporters.
Offer now sitting at 70. So if they hold 70, I would assume that we go down to 40. Off the curl, but if this bid can hold here at 55, we're in an okay spot. We just gotta watch. Again, like offer is attempting to lower. Testing into 70 now. As long as 55 is holding, you're in an okay spot, and then you just risk off into 75-80 like we have been doing. No change, but like if we can't show any interest back above this, then like we go down, not up, right? Like if there's no willingness to continue higher and we just continue to take in size, then we will go lower first for fresh liquidity before we can go higher. Just is what it is.
Brent and US crude futures pair some gains after the larger gains in US crude and fuel stocks.
Morning, Alejandro. Morning, Jason. Again, so like what all we're watching for right now is how we build here between our ORL and ORM on NQ. Our ORL is at 955. Our ORM is at the 7580. And we are just chopping in between our opening range low and our opening range mid. We know sellers are taking in size from above, and we know that there is a buyer here at this 55-60 area, but that if we continue to fail to push over the 75-80, that we're more than likely going to rotate down to like 935, 940. So need to see us take out these highs, or it's just a really tight range where we'll what's the word? We'll look below first before we can look above if this continues to fail here. So it should always be your first risk off if you are trading off of this 50 into the 80. And then if we can get above, then it'll be 24K. Two 15s opening here. 15 seconds. Up club. Two 15s have opened. Again, slight higher lows here on NQ with these POCs. Your first risk off still just needs to be this 80. There's no change there. My backup just like reset. For my PC. And I just like clicked on and off without giving an error. Strange. Yes, I do. Surely, no one will care if I start playing Ravens Watch, though. Sorry, is this a quality shit post? But that was pretty decent. Mid boss. Boss's Twitter feed, you know? $50 2015s. Sell side still just take it in size above 80. Still just a great first risk off. Bid still sitting here at this 55.65, but it's looking a little weak. We'll see what they do. My stop is 54.50 on my remaining contracts.
According to the US State Department, Secretary of State Rubio met today with the Republic of Korea Foreign Minister Hyun. In the US State Department statement, Rubio welcomes Korean investment into the US.
Surely they want to invest now.
Well, from the US State Department, they say that Rubio and the South Korean foreign minister discussed promoting fair and reciprocal trade partnerships. State Department also says that Rubio spoke with China's Wang Yi today. According to sources, the White House is reviewing a plan that would require large oil refineries to cover a fraction of biofuel blending volumes waived for smaller plants, according to sources. The plan would require large refineries to offset 50% or less of the waived biofuel volumes, less than 100% sought by the biofuel industry, according to sources.
Ugh. RTY is starting to lead down. ES coming down into our 30-second opening range low here at 544. NQ liquidity still being found here at this 55.65, no change. We're probably going to be watching for a Russell retest of 84 would be my guess, if we're going to lead down or
Trump
not.
posting on Truth Social saying, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go."
That's not the tweet that you want to hear from the president.
Strength in WTI crude here again. Trump on Truth Social saying, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go." Strength in WTI crude prices coming through here.
Shouldn't he know? What? Watch the retest here on Russell. Again, no change on NQ. Bid still there at that 65.55. We step below, should revert back down to 35.40. As long as this is holding, you are in a very tight range between 55 and 80. ES and NQ both just in our 30-second opening range, holding our lows. Russell leading down. So I think that this retest here should let us know if we're going to offer and then head down further. Right, if this edge now holds the seller, bottom of this little balance here, that could be bearish. If not, then I would expect just more of the same. I think RTY is our lead here. Let us know.
Oil climbing to an intraday high above $63 a barrel following Trump's post on Truth Social.
Man, it's actually crazy how far some of these drones went inside the Poland. Like I thought it was just like their borders, but I'm looking more into it, and it is like deep. Like almost central Poland.
Canada's PM Carney says October's federal budget will require tough choices.
They just did a little stop run here. See if we can hold below now this 55.65, or if we are going to be able to continue. This is just that curling over that I was talking about off the failure of 80s, with Russell holding our 30-second opening range low as resistance. Should be able to push down into like 35 here would be my guess when we look for liquidity, but we'll see. We're just doing a reversion trade. All they're doing is trying to stop people out, get fresh liquidity after the continuous failures at 80. There's your flip, and you're pushing to 35.40 off of our hold of 55.65. Again, looking for liquidity here. See what happens. Russell leading down. ES now holding our edge. Your first risk off if you're playing the flip. All right, there it is. Right, 35. So, if we can't find liquidity here in this low and get back over 65s here, I suspect this is kind of the end of the buy tail, that we start to go down and hold this. So, I guess we'll see. But this is just that curling over that we're talking about. Now this is where we either find liquidity and get back over 65s, or sell side starts to really take advantage. So are there any questions about this area, or like why we were looking for in this area off of the failure there at those highs? Do we see the setup on footprint? Do we see an offside participant outside of balance above? And then do we see why we headed down to this level specifically on footprint? Is that are you guys able to see this participant above balance here? Offsides and then the lower highs, and are you able to see this PT here of POC? Okay, I want to make sure like we're on the same page because this is exactly the stuff that we're looking for. It's like we know that we are in balance here. We know that there's a seller above. That was very easy to see. We know that this is where that buyer is resting and where they need to hold. And we know that we need to take profit into 80s. And if this fails, right, and if this continues to fail, that we should seek liquidity lower before going higher. And now it's up to buyers to let us know if they're going to be able to take in size here in this low and get us back above, giving us fresh liquidity to then take out highs, or if this is going to continue to sell down. All we've done is revert back down to where this buyer was, right, off of this failure here in the curl over. We see it happen all the time. Yeah, so I guess we'll see. Again, I need to get back over like 65 for me to care. Offer trying to step down here into our 30, but absorbed so far.
Brent crude futures rising over $1 a barrel amid escalating geopolitical conflicts and trade tensions, as well as Trump's recent post on Truth Social.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. I've been debating if I just vape again. And there's really no downsides. I don't know. Kind of it's a weird thing to do though, because it's like it feels kind of bad. Like I gave up. You know what I mean? It's not like I need to stop though. That's the thing. Is it's not it's this weird issue of like yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Don't do it. I mean, there's literally no downsides. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a big fan of nicotine. Bro, pulled up a Google article. Ah, yes, explosions. Did you read this before shit posting, or are you just trying to piss me off? Like, none of these are real. Like, what are you talking about? One of the risk benefits is that I'm gonna start smoking cigarettes on this list. Like, what are you talking about? It's so extreme. Like, what? I mean, none of this is real. I'm not getting popcorn lung. I'm not smoking formaldehyde. Like, none of these things are real. You guys think that I'm buying like some like cheap Chinese knockoff? Like what? What are we talking about here? What are we? No. Yeah, like no. None of the issues that Fox News is pushing and big tobacco have anything to do with me. I vape at like an incredibly low wattage. Those formaldehyde studies are people who are like vaping dry coils for like 5 hours straight at high volts. That's the only way that actually produces any formaldehyde from the chemical reaction. And there's literally nothing wrong with nicotine. The cognitive booster, it helps with my anxiety, makes me trade better. Like there's zero downsides other than I need it now. The same thing for caffeine though. Like, if you're smart
So
about
saying that
it,
the
like, there's
EU is
literally
unlikely to
no
hike
downsides.
tariffs on India and China at Trump's request, the European Union is very unlikely to impose crippling tariffs on India or China, the main buyers of Russian oil, as Trump has urged the bloc to do so, according to EU sources. An EU delegation, including the EU's Russia sanctions chief, flew to Washington this week to discuss how the two sides can coordinate on sanctions against Russia over its full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
But you never know. Maybe I need to be aware of the explosions. Maybe you're right, kids. Okay. Jesus. Been meaning to get back on that is a crazy thing to say. uh, yeah, like if you don't smoke already, I'm not telling you to smoke, but I'm literally doing it in the least harmful way possible. Yeah, bro, I used to smoke red 100s. Like when I tell you I'm smoking in the least harmful way possible, it's because I used to smoke red 100s. And before that, Lucky Strikes. In high school, I used to go to the fucking hookah bar on a weekly basis. Hot boxing as like a 16-year-old. Like I'm just cooked. There you go, Franny. All right, boys, what are we doing down here? What's going on? What's the plan? Are we gonna be able to hold here? It kind of looks like it. Not gonna lie. Give me the pop back over 65 so we can go mega long. Like either we're headed back down to 900s or we make new highs. I need to decide quickly before I fall asleep. Yeah, even if I don't pick up vaping, I'll probably go to the pill. Like I really enjoy the side effects of nicotine. Like I don't know. Helps with my stress quite a bit. I would never do pouches though. Never in my life. Pouches seem so dangerous. Like you think that I would be able to just cold turkey quit vaping or pouches like I did with vaping? or just like a just stop for a week and a half now? Hell no. Those pouches like go directly into your bloodstream. You're addicted to it for the rest of your life. And you can't live without it for like 5 seconds. Yeah, no, never. No skull, no anything. 'Cause that stuff like ruins your gums and your teeth. I'm good. Pouches are definitely no, just take a pill. Like if you really wanted the like pouches definitely are not the safest. Just there's our lozenges with just nicotine that dissolve. Quitting. Yeah. I've got them on my desk right now. Yeah, I mean you can buy them on Amazon. Here. Craziest link I've ever seen in my life. You? What the link? Oh yeah, well, it's Amazon, bud. I agree with Bayo. It doesn't go straight to your lungs. I would never do a pouch. No, swallow it. No, you just let it dissolve under your tongue. The amount of nicotine is the difference. There's one that you're using because you just are trying to level out, and then there's one that's like a Chinese vape where it's like you're hitting for like 100 milligrams of nicotine. Like, you put a pouch in your mouth, and that's a pack of cigarettes. Who is Andrew Hubernan? Andrew Hubernan. He's a podcaster and neuroscience. Okay. I mean, anyone selling supplements loses all credibility in my opinion, but is what it is. I guess you got to make money. PT. I mean, if we pop over 65s, we just go up, bro. You do the full balance rotation. So this is PT here. And if we can flip it, then we make new highs, would be my opinion. Right? Because we have to remember, like, what's the idea here? The idea is that we had trapped liquidity here, which then offer took advantage and rotated us down to our buyer. Our buyers are now absorbing down here. And what we're looking for now is, will this liquidity allow us to then pop back above and put pressure on sellers to then take out highs? So if we can get over this, we should be able to use this liquidity down here as means to get us out and push, right? But we got to show interest first. So this is first PT because this is our previous bow low. If, for example, this fails, so instead of this low holding and this high holding as resistance, so let's say like this holds and we can't find our bid here and then get over this, I will be watching for this participant to be offsides, and then we'll play this is our offer and then a continuation down. So we'll see which way we break here. Pretty boring market today, but pretty self-explanatory with our like ranges. Could say the same about trading influencers. Yeah, definitely. I would agree. But as like a scientist, as a doctor, anyone who's like prescribing something or is trying to sell something, I think it is much worse, in my opinion, than like a dude. That is my personal opinion. I think like homeopathy and supplements, 99.9% of it is fake garbage. Is it very? I feel like I missed something. Oh, yeah. So the reason why I'm so against like pouches and stuff like that is it's the delivery method. So the milligram might be the same, guys. You need to understand like the way that nicotine is delivered and how effective it's delivered is a big issue. Like if it is too effective at delivering that amount of milligrams to you, you need to like remember like there's like what you could I guess you could call like slippage, right? If we want to do it in like trading terms. Um so like a cigarette has a lot of slippage in the nicotine that you're getting, right? It's not an incredibly effective way of getting nicotine into the body. Like a lozenge or like a pouch is like insanely effective at the speed at which it actually absorbs nicotine into the bloodstream and right like directly into your brain. So like trying to get off of that kind of stuff is really really hard because you are so like you immediately absorb that nicotine directly in as soon as you put in a lozenge or like a pouch. So it's very hard, it's very addictive because of how effective it is at the delivery is incredibly effective. And the problem with those is like you can do them anywhere, right? Cigarette, you have to go outside. It's like a whole process. So you're much less likely to actually do that. Whereas like with a zine or like any of those things, like you just throw that thing in wherever you are. And then you have like just 5 milligrams of nicotine directly to your brainstem. It's the same thing with like why a lot of people have a really hard time switching from disposable vapes to like their own vape system because the Chinese brands are using a different kind of nicotine, right? So there's like direct to lung. Um, there's like two different variables. There's two different kinds of liquids. There's salt nic and regular nic, and the way that they get to your bloodstream is different, right? So you have to be careful because the way that that nicotine makes you feel and how it's absorbed is different, and it has one is much more potent. And that's why a lot of people like won't switch off of disposables because they can't get that same hit feel that they get with a disposable. So like the way that nicotine is delivered into your system is really important because again, like might say the same amount of nicotine, but you're not it's not as effective. Let's see if we can hold this 65 flip. Watching this 55-65, seeing if this can bid. If it can, we should be able to go up. Are we doing marbles today? I'm not sure. Tom hasn't said anything. We're definitely doing a giveaway today. I just don't know if it's marbles or if it's going to be another question. So you trust a regular dude about nicotine info that's selling subs over a scientist who's selling supplements? I don't understand what you're talking about. Who's a regular dude? I don't understand the comparison. I mean, I just would love for you to show me any evidence that supplements have any effect on you whatsoever.
The Atlanta Fed GDP Now index little changed at 3.09%.
90% of those like cognitive boosting supplements do literally nothing. Snake oil. And so if there's a doctor who's selling that to you, you should not trust them because they're doing it in bad faith. Yeah. Anyone who's taking like nootropics, like you're being scammed. And if there's a doctor who you trust who is selling you that, they are doing that in bad faith. Right? Like, so yeah, I don't trust someone who is from a speaking and has some sort of authority, right? Or a position of authority by having a degree and then is selling you a supplement that they know that damn well that does not work. Like, that's a scam and you should not trust them. So yeah, I definitely, again, like anyone who has a doctorate and is still like pushing misinformation is not a good person. But you know, whatever you want to do. Like my ex-girlfriend, her mom has like 3 doctorates and is like was this incredibly smart woman. Um and then switched over to homeopathy and like damn well knows that it doesn't work. Does nothing for you. Has no it's literally does nothing. And she full on like works in a hospital and has switched over from like traditional it is like has gone like full traditional medicine. It's just I will never understand. But you know what? The pay is really nice. People will pay for it. That's I guess it's whatever. I just don't understand. Seems so bad faith. Look above in failure, offer back below 55s, rotations back down to 40, and this should be our first target. Watch to see if bid is resting here. If it is, and we can get back over 65, we probably go up. If this fails, we'll look for the push below 25s and then the hold and continuation down with these buyers being offsides. So just keep an eye on it. This should be your secondary risk off of a failure there. We get below 25s again, sell side really starts to take advantage. We're watching our pivot here. This POC, need to see this flip if we're going to go down further. See, but like Rory, like if you believe that it's working, like placebo is a hell of a drug. Like I'm not like placebo is a hell of a drug. So it could actually have benefits, but that's because you believe that it has benefits. The human brain is a crazy and super powerful thing. But there is zero scientific evidence backing up any of them. Offer trying to step down here. Again, we need to get below this. As soon as we do, should head to 900s. But if this continues to hold, then there's no change. Balance between our 60 and our 25. Oxygenated water? What are you talking about? This is like a conversation you guys had with Mario or something? I've never heard of this. Oxygenated water. I mean, that's something. I'm not just saying, like, if you actually wanted a cognitive booster that is medical and clinical, actual real studies that show real benefits to your cognitive ability, nicotine is it. No interest below 25 as of yet. No change. Just waiting. Need to see a very clear lower high put in for us to think that this is going to continue to go down. But like again, like this is a pretty obvious like if you look at footprint, like this is very obvious. Like we should continue to go down, right? But we just need to wait if you're not already in. So like let's look at this. Here we go. I can get everything on screen. Yeah, okay. There we go. So again, like what we have here is participants offsides outside of our range, sell side stepping down, bid getting absorbed here and here, offer then lowering, rotating us down. That was our first move that we did. We then rotated down into this low, which is where we thought we would, right? Into this 25, 35. And that was just based off of looking at this node here, where we were going to be resting. We thought we would be. So we went down to target. We see buyers absorbing sell here. We see them trying to step up. We get a rotation back up to where we saw this absorption, right, at our 65. So no look above. Sell side then steps in again and rotates us down. What we need to see down here is this seller step on the gas below this pivot. If we can start to see them really hammer here, should be able to rotate back down to this 900. That makes sense? So now it's just a waiting game. Like right now we're seeing buyers trying to take in size here at 40. We just need to then see sell side sweep below 25, and then we go to 900 to like, I don't know, 980, that area. If they can like hold this and sweep through. If not, then they just rest here and then we go back up. We'll see. 20 seconds till new 15s. All right.
Buongiorno.
Look below, guys. 25s. What's up, Tom?
I heard people wanted some free stuff.
Always. They always want free stuff. See if this offer can hold our pivot here.
All right, I'm gonna run a contest for the next 10 minutes. Everyone that's in voice in YouTube, all you have to do to join is type TFC like Ryan did in the chat, and then after 10 minutes, if you type it more than once, you're disqualified. After 10 minutes, I'll count how many they are in the chat, and then I'll do a RNG giveaway in the Discord, so it's randomized, and then that person will win a free Tradeify prop account. Just type it once, TFC. That'll enter you into the raffle, and then we'll do the raffle here in 10 minutes at 12:30. That gives everyone 10 minutes to enter. Got to do it on YouTube. Also, you have to like the stream to help us out with the YouTube algos. If you're not subscribed, do that too, please. But all that is really required is the type TFC. The other things are just if you want to help us out.
Bid resting at 910. Starting to risk off some of my position here from 50. Added a little bit more on the look below 25. But just watching as we push down into target here into this 900. Again, bid resting at 910. We're coming down into this. I'm just taking off as we push. There it is. There's target. Huge. Okay. Yeah, I don't know now. I'm a bit lost. Not gonna lie. Gotta flip this 900 for me to really know.
5 minutes left.
Watch our reoffer here. Watching to see if we can flip back above or if this holds. Yeah, I just got stop break even at 25s there. I probably should have moved my stop to 30.
5 minutes left to enter the giveaway business. You already did, so you're fine. Although you got disqualified because you typed it twice.
Lucky. Trying again off this 25-30. Yeah. Yeah, but don't type it again, or Tom was going to not allow you the giveaway.
Business, I'll let you be the example and I won't disqualify you, but it's very important that you don't type it twice because it messes up the RNG numbering. So I'm just going to count that since you did it back to back as one entry.
Why don't you find out, bud? That was such a stupid stop of mine. I don't know what I was thinking. Should have just put it at 32.
Right now you have a 1 in 33 chance to win.
Hmm. There's really not much here. I don't know. Let's watch to see what happens into this new 15, 40 seconds. Can you explain how to read footprint charts? Yes, I am able to do that. Will I be able to do it right now?
The Trump administration appeals the court ruling blocking the removal of Fed Governor Cook.
I can show you. I'll do it with basics right now. I don't want to get into it too much. But yes, give me a second.
Last call for entries, otherwise I'm doing the giveaway. If you haven't entered yet, type TFC in the chat. Please don't enter twice. All right, you'll see that show up in the YouTube stream in the bottom right. I'm going to do it in the Financial Cloud Discord giveaway, and here we go. All lemon. Snuck in there at the last second. I was like a second away from pushing enter. All right, you have a 1 in 35 chance of winning. 1 in 36. Odin, come on. All right, Odin is the last person, not including anyone else. 1 in 36 chance to win. Here we go. 21 is the answer. So that would be, let me count. Kiz. Kiz is the winner.
Unlucky.
Just going to double check my math. Yep, Kiz is the winner. Oh, it doesn't show up
Huge.
on the YouTube stream. Is that because it's a bot that does it?
Yeah, probably.
Well, people in the chat can confirm that it is the number 21, which is Kiz is the winner. Pretty sure I know your Discord name if it is the same, so I will DM you and get you your coupon code that you can then use to go get a free 50K account through Tradeify.
He stopped shitposting as soon as he won. What's going on? Gone silent.
That earns us one free shitpost day free from him.
Oh, if only. Yeah, I mean your chances are so high just being in here.
Yeah, we're giving away 20 of them this month, or 15. I forgot how many trading days. Well, either way, anytime you guys are live on YouTube, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then we might do some end of the month celebrations as well. Just a guys heads up on Tradeify, they're making some changes coming up this weekend, so I want to tell you guys about that because it is important. So they're doing some improvements actually, where they're getting rid of minimum trading days between payouts. They're getting rid of faster payout caps. So each time you get a payout, your cap goes up, so you can get bigger payouts every time. And now on the Lightning fundeds, there's easier to get after you get your first payout. They relax the consistency rules, so it's an improvement. So you don't have to, instead of 20% max per day, then it goes up to 25, 30% a day. So you have a little bit more leeway with how much you can make in a day. And then better contract tracking and micro scalping, and no dynamic daily loss limit. So now it's just a flat daily loss limit, I think. So you can go to their website. All the details are there. Just a heads up that some of the rules are changing this weekend. I believe all of them are an improvement, so just make sure you read those. All right, thank you. Good luck Friday. Make sure you join us again on YouTube, and we'll do another giveaway.
Next time.
Friday will be a topic. So I would say these are like mid-tier accounts we're giving away. Friday we're going to give away a top-end account, so don't want to miss that one.
It's just a waiting game now, guys. We're watching to see if this low can hold and if we can flip back above, or if sell side can absorb here and then push us back down for a continuation. We hit our sell side target, so now it's just a matter of either trying to reload the boat here into 25-32 area, right? Like this, like 25-35 area. Watching to see if this seller can hold. We're keeping an eye on basically this POC, this value low, right? And we're watching to see if sell side can absorb into this and then rotate us down off of it. That's all this is. we hit our reversion zone off of our PVZ, right? And then we are seeing a higher low off of that with no invalidation of these lows. So I would like to see us show interest below that for a continuation down if it was going to happen, where this holds, right? And then we show interest below this node, taking out these lows. We'll see what happens. I'm currently in a short from 25 to 32. Yeah, we'll see. More than happy to get stopped out here if it's going to result in a nice reversal. But we got to take out this low. No real signs of anything yet. Who was asking about footprint? Was that Yassine? Yeah, okay. So we can go over the basics right now, but I would highly suggest that you do some research because it is there's a lot. And what I mean by that is like I don't know where you are
Keep in mind,
as a
Poland's
trader
PM
and what
Tusk
you
currently
already
speaking now
know.
says Poland got offers of support for air defense from allies.
So it's very hard for me to explain it because if you don't understand like how a DOM works or how like an auction works or how interactions between market buyers and market sellers works, right? Like there's so many levels to a footprint and like understanding the different interactions that are occurring. And if you don't have like a basic understanding of how price moves, right? Like how the market moves, it's going to be very hard to explain. Because the profile that I use is called the delta footprint. And like a delta footprint is showing the buy and sell difference between market orders, right? So like that in itself is already kind of a weird area if you don't understand how like price moves. But like the basics of what we can go over are just like what is this representing per candle. We can go over that right now. So like this is our footprint chart. The yellow on each candle. So these are our candles, right? This is just a regular price action candle. And then what's next to it are our deltas. And we have negative and we have positive deltas. And then we have 3 areas. Let me turn off all. We have a value high, which is represented by this white dotted line at the top with this little arrow. And then we have our value low, which is represented here with this dotted line and this little arrow. Then we have this yellow area, which is our POC. That's our point of control. And we're getting one of these per candle. So we can see where volume and our deltas themselves are accumulating in the individual candle and how that how each candle is building out, right? Or accumulating. And so what we're watching for is where buyers and sellers are located and what the interaction is in those areas, right? So this is just giving us a bit more perspective on what and where, right? That's kind of like the basis for all of our trading is what happened and where did it happen and who is affected, right? So if we see something like this, which is we have basically passive sellers absorbing buyers here into our highs outside of our range, outside of value. This is something I care about because it gives me a really interesting interaction where we can see how do I do this without second. Let me see if this works. Does this work? Yeah, it does. Huge. Look. All right, so we have this balance that we were talking about earlier. This balance consisted of this action here, right? This is where we are trading back and forth in between. So once we see that these guys have been taken in outside of our range and are a bit off sides, we're then going to be watching what happens on the open of our new 15-minute candle here at our POC to our value high of this area, because we now have these participants who are offsides above. So we're going to be watching POC to value high of our previous candle now for sell side to hold with these participants offsides. That gives us a price action that looks like this for a downside move, right? Because when we're outside of value, so think of this as your value high, this is your value low. We want to see buyers hold our value high for a continuation up. That leads to expansion. What happens if we look back into our value? Well, we should look for rotations through value. So when we hold POC to value high here, and then these participants are offsides outside of our range and have been very clearly taken in, and we have no desire to push up, I'm looking for a downside move because we have sellers who have now loaded the boat and have now moved the offer down further, right? So buyers have failed at our highs. Offer has stepped down. We're now holding POC of previous candle. I am now looking for a downside move. So that's basically what I watch for on Footprint, is just the interaction outside of our areas of value, and then using our POC to value high or value low of the previous candle to determine if we have secondary buyers or sellers who are loading in a position, basically stepping down or stepping up on the DOM. Is the bid stepping up? Is the offer stepping down? And then I just play off of that interaction. That's the most basic way that I can really think about it. We see that this interaction a lot. We've seen it a lot today, so let me actually show you that. On a bit of a better footprint. So this is the one off of my trading account. And I always verify what I'm seeing on the trading view version because it is a little inaccurate compared to our actual Tradeify one. But all I'm watching for is like these participants who get offsides outside of ranges. And then I'm just watching for these selling deltas to really like start to step in aggressively and then rotate us down, right? And we can see them again getting offsides, and then we get our secondary move down. So I'm watching like these areas in particular, right? These interactions here into our highs, and then this seller really aggressively pushing us down. And it's the same thing into this low, right? So now I'm watching for this push back up, and then how do we interact here? Does someone step in? Do we see a secondary start to push down? If so, then I'm looking for that continuation. And then it's the same thing here. It's like, is this participant screwed, right? Sellers hitting here. We see this guy get absorbed, and then we see sellers step down and rotate us. So like to me, that's like pretty bearish still, right? We're seeing at this 25.30, someone's still taking in this size, which is what we've been talking about. So as long as that's holding, I'm not looking for an upside move, as long as they're being taken in there. But as soon as we start to step up, I'll be looking for this rotation back up. But like right now, a pretty clear downtrend with our seller stepping down in price. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's really it. We can get into like way more specifics, but like this is just basically the general rule of thumb is like our rule set is the offer stepping down? Is it visible to see? And are there participants who are offsides outside of our balance who have tried to shift value? So like every attempt so far has resulted in buyers at our highs basically being cucked, and then our offer then stepping down afterwards, trapping those participants, allowing for price to then move. And that's like a pretty good sign.
The Fed makes no bids for 10-year notes.
Continuation or sell side. Just risked off some here into 900 from our 25-30 hold. I don't know if you have questions, let me know, but like those are like the general ideas that we talk about. So like the things that you'll be watching for are exactly what I just mentioned, which is like, are we holding POC to value high of our previous candle's offer? If so, then trend is most likely going to continue down. Right? Is this recorded? Yeah, you can always go back and watch sessions. You can always look at VODs. Okay, I only have 5 contracts left here. We'll see what happens. But like, I want to highlight like what I did here. So here is me getting stopped. So I tried buying our look over 65s and stopped out below 55s and then immediately flipped short. So I tried to long here on our look above. This failed, right? What we were looking for was this to flag and hold. This did not work. So as soon as I see this offer, I then am playing this to the downside. I play that into first PT here, which is our 25 to 32, right? That is here. I then take a little bit more profit once I see this bounce. This fails. So I then stay in the remainder of my position, look to get back in. I add here on the look below at our 20s, play this down. It's like we talked about, into this push into 900s. I take off into that. I then stop out like an idiot here at 25s. I should have had my stop at 32. So once I realize my mistake, I get back in and start building a position at 25 to 32 and then play this down. And then I don't really have much here until we show interest below this 900. Just really not much here. Hypothetically, if that short didn't work when you flipped the bias and it just turned into like two-sided trading, do you disregard that pivot then? I would just get stopped out on the other side and then I wouldn't take anything until I saw a more active participant. So I basically would have taken like 10 points on either side, which would have felt bad, but it'd have been all right. Like I usually that like almost never happens. Because you have to remember like what's the so like you're talking about at the 65, right, club? I'm assuming. Or are you talking at the 25-32? So like okay, yeah, the 65. So like the reason why this short works is that like this is a breach back into balance, right? So we have two ideas here. The idea is that this is our previous balance that we were trading in, right? This area here.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes. The prior high yield was 4.255%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.35. So ahead of this auction, Treasuries received a small boost from soft August PPI data, which nullified some of the outright concession ahead of this auction. The auction follows a strong 3-year note sale yesterday, which saw a record low dealer allotment and traded through the when issued. This week's sale concludes with a Thursday $22 billion 30-year reopening. JP Morgan strategists, in a late note yesterday, flagged the move lower in yields, slightly rich valuations, and event risk ahead of Thursday's CPI as factors behind the auction likely needing more of a concession to be digested smoothly.
Is he done?
Also, making note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 335,000 ultra 10-year note futures and 868,000 10-year note futures, possible sources of covering demand at the auction.
Yeah, we done now? So, we knew that this was going to be a tough area, and we could see, I just put a fixed range on here. So you can see that this is POC to value low here at this 65. So my idea is I want to be in as close as possible to my invalidation. Because what I'm watching for is, can we, from this point, rotate through our previous balance? And if this fails, right, so let's say the opposite happens, which is what happened, which is 65 holds, we look back below, this is a failure to get back into this balance. So I'm not expecting a ton of chop here, because this is either we get back into this upper range or we'll rotate back down off of a failure, right? So all I'm watching for is either this to flip as supportive and be right almost immediately, or for this to fail, and then we just look for that lower offer below 55s, and then we just rotate back through the spacing, right? Like that's all there really is here, and we can see that like there's not much. So either this holds as supportive, right, on the flip and hold, and then we rotate up to 80, which is what we traded for the. You have to remember, like, we traded this area at this 65 to 55 low for 10:30 until 11:30, right? Not even, I mean, even before that, like 10 to 11:30. So like we're very familiar with this auction and what it looks like when it's supportive into these lows. And so like if we fail, so if these buyers are now sellers on this look above and failure, I want to be playing with them just like we did on this move down, right? So it's just a failure to get back into balance to me. So this is what it looked like on this attempt, which is this push down, our look below, offer then held this 55, and we rotated down. So now that we're pushing back up and we're attempting to get back over the 65 again, we then see a lower high get put in. We then see this exact same offer step in here again, right? And now I'm short because we failed. We were unable to look above and hold. We didn't see any excitement from buyers. What we saw instead is the offer lowering and then a secondary seller starting to step in at the exact same area where we took our original short to the downside. So to me, this is just invalidated. If we popped back above, if we showed interest over 65s again, I would have potentially tried. But like usually in most cases, like when we reject balance like pretty aggressively like this, like I'm just wrong, and then we're going the opposite direction. And my choices are like either just stay wrong and be off sides for this entire move down, or cut my losses and immediately flip in the direction of trend, right? Because like nothing has changed in our overall structure, right? Like this is still just our seller. We failed to push. We failed to pop. We failed to get back into balance. We failed to do all the things that we wanted to do on the bull side. So now I've got to just be like, okay, yeah, lower high, offer held, and now we're rotating back down. So I'd rather just flip. All right, I'm glad that made sense. And I gave myself a little bit more leeway. I usually give myself about 10 points. So if I'm buying 65s, then I'm stopping below 55s personally. Could I have probably taken off here, off of this failure at 70s and then seeing the seller at 63? Probably, but it is what it is. We make up for our losses very quickly when we get stopped by just immediately being on the other side of the trade.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes. The prior high yield was 4.255%, And the prior bid to cover was 2.35.
I don't know. I'm really not afraid of stopping out. Stopping out means literally nothing to me. Because if we're stopping out, if we get stopped, it's because our plan didn't work and we are now not interested in trading in that area anymore, right? Like we're flip bias because our structural, when we stop out, it is 90% of the time because we have structurally invalidated the long play. So I want to be in the opposite direction. My stop outs usually result in more points in the opposite direction then, right? So we immediately make up for our stop and then just play the reversal. The only time that like you can be scared of like stopping or like taking lots of stops is when you have like no clue what you're doing and you have no plan or like a reason for you stopping out other than just like the monetary value. Like if nothing has changed structurally, right? If like we're still holding the current trend, if sellers are still persisting at the same levels, but you're just stopping to stop because you can't handle the financial risk, like you're just trading too much size. Like that's the problem. But when you take like structural stops and invalidations off of your actual plans, then stops are just like up. It's just it happens. You know, it's very different. Like being wrong is just part of the process. It happens sometimes. Being wrong over leveraged is how you blow up your account. Oh, my thought process here is that very clear higher low, bid really trying. If we can step over 32, we should see a retest, and that should then result in a rotation up. So let's just watch to see if we can recover our value edge here, and then at 40s, if we get a nice reoffer, and then retest of this edge. I think that'll result in a nice long, if we can hold it. If this holds offer, then there's no change. But if we can push up, I'd expect then a rotation back up to like 46 here. 50, probably I like the 50 area for a reversion trade. Again, we've hit our sell side PT. This was just this pushed in down into 900. Until we flip below 900s, like I don't have a sell side bias. Just be like reversions back to our 30-second ORM and VWAP, just like it has been always so far in our afternoon sessions as of late. We talked
One
about
issued
this
now until
yesterday.
we get the 1 minute now until we get the US 10-year when issued yield.
It seems like around 1 we start to just like revert back to our 30-second ORM and our VWAP. So if that's going to continue, then it's going to be pretty garbage trading into the afternoon.
Ten seconds. For spot 0.46%. That's the Treasury when issued 10-year yield. For spot 0.46% ahead of the auction. So we're now shortly expecting the auction results for the 10-year note auction. I'll lead with the high yield. For spot 0.33%, for spot 0.33% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 4 spot
Watch this bid over
0.46%,
32 for
which is
longs.
a stop through of 1 spot 3 basis points.
This is our
Bid to cover
offer at
of 2
40 we were
spot
just talking
65,
about. We
2
want to see if
spot
this now holds on
65.
this flip.
The US selling $39 billion, awarding 81 spot 53% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 4 spot 21% of the sale, direct at 12 spot 66%, indirect 83 spot 13%. S&P 500 did see a little bit of strength off the back of the strong demand for that 10-year note sale.
Giveaway's over. You missed it.
Treasuries extend gain after strong demand for 10-year auction.
It's got to go relatively soon, guys. We got to get over 40s if we want continuation here. This 32.25 area doesn't hold. Not looking great for our buyers.
Mexico's economy minister says new tariffs will be put on light vehicles and auto parts.
I mean, I have no faith in this. Just waiting.
Mexico's economy minister says Mexico is raising tariffs on cars from Asia, particularly from China, from 20% to 50%.
Yeah, I mean, unless we can get over 40, this just looks like a short to me, personally, off this failure, but we'll see. It's an incredibly weak reaction from buyers there at our value edge retest. All we've seen so far is basically the bid get absorbed into 30 to 40. If we can flip it, amazing, right? Then it's a very clear sign that buyers are interested. But like the stagnation here is just not incredibly exciting to me.
surely expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation.
This is the last chance for buyers, in my opinion. I feel like Offer is taking advantage of this. What do we see on Footprint? We have some participants who are offsides above. We're opening below POC of previous
Israeli
candle.
Netanyahu calls on
bad.
Qatar to expel terrorists. Furthermore, issues a warning to Qatar and other countries.
See what happens here. Russell, no interest so far over day open, which is very similar to what happened yesterday. Watching our offer here at 84s.
$18 counterparties take $29.4 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I'm at my first risk here into 16. Off our offer at 25 on look below. Looking for a full rotation through if we can get through this. Next risk off here for me into this 10 to 900. Should be able to head down to POC, but taking off a little risk into 10. We flip below 900s, we get continuation. So club, I don't know if you're still here. This is a rare example of where we do fail, right? But this is a example of where we make up for our losses almost immediately once we get stopped, right? So like the look below 25 for me off of this bid at 32, I then go short 25s and then make up for our stop immediately. Are you still here, club, or no? I mean, you can move your stop to like 25 now or 32. It depends. I don't know what your average is. I'll show you what mine looks like and my thought process for it as well. So this is super important. I stop out of my short here at our 25 edge on 32, and then immediately try long with this 25 to 32 being our area of interest of where we're looking to hold. What do we see happen into this high? Why did I say we need to look over 40s really quick if this isn't going to hold? What's happening here? Well, they're taking in all those buyers, right? So like if this fails here and we can't hold, then I immediately need to look short, which is what I did as soon as we get stopped and we don't see that interest, because now this seller is absorbing this buyer here. And then we start to see our offer then really take advantage here under 25s. So as soon as we see this, I'm stopped out and I'm immediately flipped. Because now we have someone who's absorbed outside of our balance, right? This being our balance. And we now have a look back in, and our offer now holding our 25. That 25 hold is our reoffer and our lower high, and then our rotation through. And should we expect this low at 900 to hold if this guy's outside of balance, above? Right, that's this guy here. Should we expect this 900 to hold? No, right? Because this guy's offsides, and then we have our offer lowering here. So this low being taken out makes complete sense, which is what just happened. Just risked off another 3 contracts there, by the way. Right, but this is just one of those things where it's like, I'm more than willing to try these highs with risk, right? But like my invalidation is very clear. Like if we don't hold this and see an active bid step in, I'm then going to be playing the opposite direction and bloating the boat. and then looking to add to that position because I know we're going down. Like we either bid and hold there and aggressively push over highs, or we're rotating back through. Sell side is maintained. And so like, does me getting stopped here matter? No, because we just make up for it on our first risk off. Now this trade is break even. Now everything after this is free, right? And now we're just following our downside plan off of a failure. All right, I'm moving my stop from 32 to I will be right back. Oh, there's PT. This is ETH low under 74. Great risk off. And let's see if we can continue down. Next target would be 45. When you adjust your levels in the 15-minute chart, does it automatically adjust in the 50-second? Yes. They are synced with this symbol here. So like if I draw on this chart, see how that line shows up there? If I moved this line, see how it moves on that chart? Do not understand what that means, Keith. Is that a simple rectangle or is it a prop? Oh, Yeah, no, it's just a rectangle. You're talking about like the yellow box, right? So, like, I'll hide indicators. This is what my drawings look like on the chart. Yeah, these are just drawings that I'm doing live with you. This is what our indicators look like without drawings. My zones are usually based off of what I'm seeing on footprint. I'm deleting our previous pathing. No reason to keep it on chart. What we're watching for is either a flip back above this guy here, or a push below and hold. So we're going to be watching for an offer to be sitting into here. See if buyers can be absorbed, and then offer sits and then rotates down like so. Or if this can actually flip, hold, and then rotate up like so. I'm unsure as of yet, But I'm watching to see if our offer is sitting here into 900, 9010. Or sorry, 910. I don't really see anything for this bid. Gonna be looking for pushback below 900s if it happens for sell side to take advantage again, or if we flip over this and then I get stopped over above 912. I don't see any news, and I don't really see anything on the tape that I care about from that pop, but it is suspect. Just keeping an eye on it. I just read your thing today, Garoto. I need to like think on it. I mean, I still might. We'll see. But I'll let you know. Like, I'm not gonna just not respond to you. If I ever like just don't respond, it's because I forgot. Or it was lost. It's never like intentional. Like if I talk to you guys on a daily basis and I'm not responding to your DM, it's because I like A didn't see it or B saw it and then forgot to respond because I have incredible ADHD. So I was just distracted. It's never intentional. Even if I was like not gonna give you advice on that, I would let you know. I will straight up tell you I'm not going to give you advice. Which is most likely what I'm going to say to you, by the way. I don't know, chew some gum. Five seconds till new 15s. Offer is trying to close below 900. Watching this retest. Hmm. I mean, this is either gonna 3-bar down on the 15, or this is the start of our reversal. I'm unsure. It's very passive down here. Again, my stop is just sitting at 912s. I am unsure. Oh, Klarna IPO'd today. What's their ticker? Oh, KLAR. Klarna's a Swedish company? What? Who knew? How do I just like, I don't know who's going along Klarna or like a firm. Like that just seems like such a idiotic play. The long term. These people are like financing burritos, man. There's no way. There's no way. We are holding surprisingly well here. It's literally just a stick of sugar. You've never had a candy cigarette? Crazy. It's basically like eating compressed powdered sugar and chalk together. Like they're terrible. Like it actually kind of just tastes like sweetened chalk. What happened here? Oh. Frodo, are you excited for the Fortnite X Labubu partnership they're doing? Gonna get your Labubu skin? I feel like Labubu came out of nowhere. How did that become popular? Where did they come from? So confused. Hey, who is pushing that? Brainwashed kids? This is first risk off here if you're playing off of 900, 910. Full range rotation off our failure. Excuse me.
Qatar's Prime Minister to CNN says Israel's Netanyahu is leading the Middle East into chaos.
True. All right, let me look up how these started. Oh, it's a K-pop thing. Hmm. This is like the new Beanie Baby. Crazy. All right, I'm just in my average now from 900 to 912. I have fully risked off from 25, and now I'm just playing this range between our 80 and 900. We need to see the step below for anything more. So averaged fully out from our 25 hold
Qatar's
and
Prime
flip.
Minister to CNN says that
Now
Qatar is
just in this
reassessing everything about
average
its
that I built
mediating
here.
role and Hamas's future in Qatar.
Did you actually watch it? I haven't watched it yet. But I thought it was a shit post.
Qatar's Prime Minister says that Netanyahu has been wasting Qatar's time by engaging in mediation.
Larry Ellison is 81. Didn't realize. But he looks good, man. He is aging really, really well. Yeah, it's crazy. Record profits, layoffs, huge. It's like every company knows that this is just a bubble. Can't last. That's all they see. If this 900 910 area doesn't hold on this push in, we go up, most definitely. Look, think of this as like balance, right? So we just retested our low and held. So if this low now holds and then we pop over these highs, I want to then try to play off of this 900, 910 for long easily. If we flip back through it, it'll be a really nice short where these guys will be trapped and then we'll take out the lows. But it's definitely worth playing with this 10 points of risk if we pop above. So I'm more than happy to continue to try to short this edge for continuation down. But if at any point we take out these highs, I will try to play this risk, 900, 910 for longs, if we pop above. Right now, we're just in a battle between this buyer down here and this seller above.
Atari PM says that
Which
there
is
will be a
fine,
response
right? Just
that is under
balance.
discussion with partners in the region to Israel's Doha attack.
But again, like if we step above and hold, I want to be playing off of this. And if it fails, right, then these guys up here would then be trapped. Then we'll play off of the offer that steps in below. And then we should take out this. But I have to be aware of it. Are there questions about that, or does that make sense? Like I have to play a potential breakout because this low held now. It's like sell side's clearly not interested below. Like I'm gonna stay in my short. Again, my stop is 12, but if I get stopped, I will then look for this to be our bid, unless we look back below, and then I will play this down to new lows on the day. Hope that makes sense. It's just a balance trade. It's just how we're interacting with imbalance that has my curiosity peaked. Invitation, your voice counts. And does it say it's anonymous? I don't know if they can lie about that. Not sure. What is it, just like snitching on other employees? What's the survey? I hate corporate speak so much. So bad. Oh, Lord. Hmm. It's not so much. I mean, I guess it is. It's just the we saw the bid get taken in at like 906, and the wick high on the 15 is at 909.75. So I've just been basically taking this high into where we saw our first signs of absorption here, Kowalski. And I just am using this as kind of my invalidation. That's all. And you can see like on our profile, it's our tail, right? So like this is where value is currently being found here. So the blue, and then this is our tail. So like if we start to hold this is our tail high, then I'd expect that we don't return back through value, right? So it's more of like it's just that idea. Right, because like if we start to bid in our sell tail and hold that, then I'd expect expansion. Whereas like if we failed up here and this then we rotated back below 900, then I'd be looking for a full rotation through. I think it's a bit easier to visualize on the other footprint here. Check this out. Like this is it's like pretty clear on Tradeify. Right, like this is where we took our original short off this failure here, and then we have this guy right here into our 900, 910, right? And then we have our offer attempting to step down here at 900. So the way I see it is like this continues to hold, and then the offer takes advantage on this push below once we actually can push through this guy, and then we make a new leg down, or this flips and then we rotate back up to our reversion target at 40. Yeah. It just
According
like
to the
helps
Wall Street Journal,
simplify it for
Oracle
me.
and OpenAI sign a $300 billion computing deal.
The simpler
OpenAI
I
signed
can
a
like make
contract
my
to purchase
areas.
$300 billion in computing power over roughly 5 years from Oracle. People familiar with the matter said, a massive commitment that far outstrips its current revenue.
Yeah, that's why I always have both. It's just with the way that I have my filtering on Tradeify, it just makes everything so clean. For at least the way that I trade. I mean, other people might be like, what the hell are you looking at? But you don't use AI, Grotto? Hmm. If you shorted 900, 910, again, great first risk off into this 80 to 73. This is our ETH low at 73.75. We need to see a very clear step below and hold, and then we can rotate down to next target, which would be our like 45.50 area on a sweep through. That's our 30-second opening range from yesterday. And gap fill, potentially? Our fill, structurally? Yeah. Right, so like right now we just did the gap fill. Now this will be our structural fill from the bounce that we saw at close yesterday. Right, so this is our ETH low. If we can flip through this, I would just expect us to rotate something like this. If this holds here, then again, like we just built gap. There's nothing really here. Just gotta watch for the rotation over 10s for this to continue to absorb here. And then if we can bid and hold, amazing. If not, we trap and then we take out these lows. I don't have the answer. $20 till new 15s. But yeah, if we can break them, we should head down to like, I don't know, 830, 840. Break and hold. I've taken off most of my risk here from 900, 910. Just watching to see if we can get the flip now so I can reload. Expect kind of a bid here and then a reoffer from at our like 60 area. We'll see though. Kind of looking for like something like this.
Poland No Rocky says the call with President Trump has just ended and says today's talks confirm a unity of alliance.
This should be your first risk off if you're playing off of the retest following pathing. We need to see a very clear hold and sweep through 60s now. We're attempting to shift offer here at our low, but need to see a bit more. You'll see a much better retest on the look below, I believe, if this is going to actually go lower. I've taken off half my risk now from 80 to 70, and I'm now watching to see if we can build here at the 60 for one more leg down to 30. Looking for like a little look above and then like basically a failure and then one more leg down if it's gonna do it. We have 2 minutes left on this candle. POC is sitting around like 65. I'm watching like as we interact into that if we can get one last leg or if this is going to fail. Unsure. Again, like I'm basically just looking to see on this bid if we come up into this edge and then sell like so. Something like this maybe for one last move into new 15s. We'll see. One minute until new 15s. Basically, like pawning for crumbs down here. I'm not looking for like any like tremendous downside until we push back below 30s. 830, that is. This could easily be like a chop sideways for the next, hour area, potentially. If we don't continue to see like 65 offer hold strong, then it could be easily a rotation
NYMEX
back up to
diesel
900.
October futures settle at around
And just balance.
$2.33 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at around $2.80 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $63.67 a barrel at $1.04 or 1.66%. NYMEX natural gas October futures settle at around $3.02.
I'm just in runners until we figure out what we're doing down here. Got really passive into these lows. I'm stopped over 85. I'll be right back. I'm so tired. Gotta take your first risk off as we push into 60. The same as before. It's just absorption into our highs, rotation offer. Now we watch to see if the bid holds here, or if we can step below and then continue down for full target. I don't have the answer for you yet. That's why I had my stop at 85. Just building out here. Like I said, we could just balance here for quite some time. I'm not bearish on this area for like a continuation or an expansion, I should say, until we push below this and hold. Personally, this just feels like we could chop here for the rest of the day, kind of like build out this area. But we'll see. Just watch your 60. We pop over 85 and hold, then we go up. And that would just take us to what, like 900, 910 again, where we took our original short.
In a CNBC interview, US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says we're going to grow our oil and refined oil products and export them to Europe. US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says Europe has insisted that by the end of the next year, 2026, no more imports of Russian gas of any kind.
The reason why I'm interested at this 85 is it's just like if we can take out this POC from the sell side down on that aggressive rotation, then it just gives me a bit more hope that the bid is willing to step in again for rotations back up through this balance that we just played, right? So it's just the recovery of this POC here. It's 85. And it would just show us that, like, okay, yeah, we took out our ETH low, and now we can play off of this as our risk, and we want to go back
Brent
up.
crude futures settle
if
at
this holds,
$67.49 a barrel, up $1.10 or 1.66%.
Then this feels very similar to how we interacted in this area, where it's just like the look above and then the fail and then the look back through. Same thing here. It's like, okay, we absorb into this area, we rotate back down to our 60s, and now we're watching to see if basically this edge can hold a lower high for this continuation down. So if we look at this area between this 900 and 910, and then we look here, this is a very similar thing we want to be watching for. Is this look in now going to hold offer, and then do we rotate down off of this, right, for continuation?
US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says in the next few years, you're going to see strong global economic growth and strong increase for demand of oil.
I'll try to keep both on screen so you can see like the previous example and then what we're currently doing. We have to wait and see, right? It's the same thing of like we want to see the look over 910 for upside. That's here at our 85s. If not, then we go down. But again, like first risk off has to be into our 60 low.
US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says we may see a plateau in US oil production for a little while. And furthermore, from Chris Wright, he says, I am very bullish on future of US oil production, and US natural gas production is growing at a good clip now.
Again, just first risk off is 60. Gotta flip it. Retesting our low here on NQ, 45s, extra scuff. I am just in runners. I have limits at 35 and 30 for final fills. And if we flip 30s, like I said, then I'll look for more downside. But to me, this was the move. Stop still sitting at 85, average now 72. They shot Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. We did the move. We just did a great secondary. I'm just in runners, like I said. If we can get below 30s, amazing. If not, then this is potentially the low. Don't know. Moving very slow. Just in trend. Just taking risk off as we go down. New 15s opening now. Watching to see if this like 60 can hold bid. If it can, we look for a rotation over 85. If not, then no change. Right. We're just watching to see if this basically can now hold, then we can pop above. It might need to do like one retest and then go if it's gonna go up from here. Unsure. Just gotta keep an eye on it. Yes, holding our pivot, no change. Again, I'm just not doing anything until we figure out what we're doing at 30. Either a look over 85 and hold for me, I care, or a look below 30 and hold, I care. We'll look below our 30, almost at target here on ES, into our ETH low. Offer trying to step down pretty aggressively here. Need to see a bit more on NQ, but if we can hold this like 35.45 offer, potentially we get another downside leg. I'm a bit worried about ES finding a low here though, so I would need to see quite a bit from sellers on NQ for me to think that we have more. I don't know, man. I mean, sell side trend is still intact, but we slowed down quite a bit. So we'll see. Taking my first risk off here as we push into 810 off of our flip of 30. This is ES ADR. I am like 60% out of my position from 30. We could easily retest 30.45. We have 50 seconds, so making sure that I've taken some off just in case we do pop. Could hold the POC on new 15s, pushing down. Again, just this is ES ADR. I don't really have a ton here. If ES our ETH low on ES and our ADR goes resistance, we'll just head back down to previous day value high at 517 and this VPOC here. That's all I got. Just in runners from 30 on NQ.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump will select Japan-funded investment projects.
I don't know, man. I don't really have a ton down here on NQ. Like it's just like really rough lows that we had before. This 60 and then this 30. And then it's just the liquidity from below. I don't know. I'm just kind of playing it zone to zone at this point. Yeah, he did. Does not look good either. A lot of blood. I don't the up close one was rough. I'll be right back. Missed the offer. Wanted a bit higher. Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't been too particular about my fills today. I've just been like adding in smaller and then just like adding in lots of 5, and then just kind of calling it a day. 15-point stop. Let it be. Action's too slow for me to like try to look for exact fills and then reactions. I mean, like the 30 was nice, but oh. These are my fills. My MNQ enjoyer. Yeah. I don't know, it's rough. Because like ES is like at such a clear pivot, but like if this holds at 27s, I mean we should go to 16s. That seems pretty clear. I mean, it's just trend down. It's just a very slow trend down. Like we're still just following the rule set, right? Holding POC to value high on open of new candle, offering, pushing down, continuing that. It's a very slow rotations. I just like we're getting to a point where I start to lose faith because I've taken so many successful shorts today that I like start doubting myself, and so I just have been playing rotation to rotation to limit risk. I honestly should just leave. Just keep my stop where it is and just like go. But we only have 30 minutes left, so it's whatever. I mean, when I zoom out playing micros like this for each rotation, I mean, it just looks insane. Taking so many trades on this downtrend. I mean, it's just because I've been like scalping in and out, you know? Like we're actually just channeling down, but like this is what my trading looks like. Right? Like I got stopped out on my short runner from our edge at 30s and then flipped to short again under 30. Then we've just been playing it down, and then I just stop out, try to do another long on a break of a downtrend. That fails. We short again. And it's just the same thing over and over again where buyers fail, I stop, reshort, and then play it down. Just repeatedly. But like at the end of the day, it's just, you know. Yeah, like that's the great. Yeah. Yep. Well, it doesn't help that I average into trades in sets of 5, and then I average out in sets of 2, right? That's like just a shitload of trades in that sense. When it doesn't really need to be. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it definitely adds a lot of lines. That's for sure. Line enjoyer. Yeah, I mean, for the most part today, I've been trading like 30 MNQ. What is happening? Nothing. We're just bouncing off our low and now trying to get back over 30s in bid. Not really much happening. We held POC on open of new 15, showing a potential right side of V trade on both ES and NQ. And are just rotating back up to our previous seller. I'm stopped out of my final contracts above 45, 845. So far, the pattern of today has been this, which is look below into our area, higher low bid, steps in, we absorb a bit here. We rotate up to previous seller, take out that seller, absorb a little bit above, look back below, rotate down, make new lows. That's been kind of like the process for this entire rotation through. So let's see if they do it again or if we hold here. I don't have the answer for you. Right? But we can see that this has been kind of the process over and over again. But not a straight shot down, right? We just kind of like do little micro balances, watch to see if we can flip offers, and when offers fail to flip, we just go back down, continue the sell trend. So let's say like this fails here, and then we look back below. probably a good chance that we at least rotate down to 810. Gonna have to wait and see. I don't know. There's nothing of note on this candle other than this buyer at like 810, 815. Let me hold up that POC. Again, first target here off of what I just talked about is our 810 off of our look in offer rotation down. First target. If we can hold below, then should be able to do full rotation. But I don't have a huge opinion here. There's your bet at 810. Crazy. Up. Dog rarely visits me in the office. Holy. Hey. You must really want me to get off this PC. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I mean, we hit our reversion target on Russell. We hit ADR on ES, and we hit our 810s on NQ. If we continue to just like chop here, I don't really have a ton to talk about. Close. Again, I'm stopped out on my final contracts over 45. I only have one left at this point, so I mean it's literally nothing. See if we can flip this and hold. Yeah, I just got stopped there off our hold at 10s and then the flip over 45. If this 45 to 30 holds is supportive, then I'll look for upside. Should see a secondary move over 60. But yeah. Any clear ranges today. Patience. I'm taking 10 points here into 55 off of a flip at 45s. I'm getting stopped. Then I'll just leave a runner from 30 to 45. See if we can hold that. Yes, back up to our value edge here and our pivot at 35 to 37. RTY off of our reversion zone low has now bounced and is now testing our PVZ value low at 79. See if we can flip these pivots or if this is all we get. Again, I'm 2/3 out of this position that I automatically filled into after getting stopped at 45. Now just holding a 5 contract runner from with a stop at 30.
One minute to go now to begin the market on a close imbalance data.
WP. All right. Ready for this day to be over. What about you?
Ten seconds.
Out
Market on a close imbalance.
2 here
S&P 500 buy side
into 73,
1.3 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 862 million. Dow 30 buy side 442 million. Mag 7 buy side 446 million. So also just from the Politico, they say that Moran, Trump's Fed pick, could get Senate confirmation Monday. That would allow him to participate in a rate setting meeting that starts on Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. 45 to 85. Huge. The old stop and fill wins again.
Further from the Politico article, then, Senate Republicans are aiming to confirm Trump's temporary Fed pick as soon as Monday, according to two people familiar with the internal plans.
Reversion target is anywhere between 900 and 920. Honestly. Into close, just anywhere into here. I don't know if anyone's still in runners, but that would be your VWAP target. Got this offer at 900 as well. I don't know. I'd be risking off mostly here, and then just look to see if we get like one final pump into close. You've got 3 minutes. Do I hold for 2 minutes here for 900? Gosh, I don't know. This is just us reverting back to our 30-second opening range on and view up on NQ. It's just a classic. What we talked about yesterday, it was probably going to happen. It's what happens in our afternoons. Right back to day open. Super annoying. Let's close. I'm out. Whatever. All right. Well, I mean, it wasn't terrible. I would say we probably rotate up to that 900, 920 in the next 20 minutes. If not, just like now. But I'm not going to sit here and wait. I don't care. You guys have a good one. I will see you tomorrow. Not a bad day. Pretty slow, though. Yeah. Peace.